Tonight we step into the world of power, paranoia, and fire as we open the imagined diary of one of Rome's most infamous emperors, Nero. A man both reviled and revered, caught between art and tyranny, legacy and scandal. Through whispers in marble halls and echoes of burning cities, we'll try to glimpse the mind behind the myths. So, before we dive in, go ahead and like the video and subscribe, but only if this kind of quiet, historical storytelling speaks to you. And drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from and whether it's day or night on your side of the empire. Now, lower the lights, maybe light a candle, or let the hum of your fan carry you. And let's begin our descent into the Roman twilight together. I was born in Anzio, in the heart of Italy, near Rome, on December the 15th of the year 37. It was a wet and restless winter, like the womb of my mother, Agrippina. Europe at the time was a mosaic of restless powers, much of it dominated by the Roman Empire, then ruled by Emperor Caligula. Rome, in the fullness of its splendor, stretched its authority from southern Britannia, not yet conquered but under pressure, to the shores of the Black Sea, from the Rhine to the Danube. Roman order rested on an efficient network of roads, colonies, legions, and an administration that, though often corrupt, maintained stability. In Gaul, the Romanized provinces were experiencing a period of relative peace, while in Hispania, Roman control was firmly established. In Germania, beyond the Rhine, the Germanic tribes remained fiercely independent and hostile. Farther north, the British Isles were still beyond Roman dominion, inhabited by Celtic tribes, while in the east, in the Balkans and Thrace, Rome maintained its influence through local vassal kings. Meanwhile, throughout the empire, there was a growing sense of unease at the eccentric, reckless, mad, and often cruel behavior of Caligula. The year of my birth was relatively calm for Rome, but the winds of change had already begun to stir. The memory of my birth has always reached me through the words of others, yet I can almost feel it in my flesh, that tension, as if my first breath already carried the scent of ambition, intrigue, blood, and beauty. I was born of noble stock on my mother's side, from the Julian line, on my father's, the Claudian. But I was also the child of whispered disdain, born into nobility, yes, but recent, and plebeian in the eyes of those who had silver in their hearts even before they had it in their mouths. They called me Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus. No one then could have imagined the name that fate had carved for me into the marble of time. Nero, 5th Emperor of Rome. But as a child, I was only Lucius, a confused little boy, raised in the shadow of adults, hungry for power and wealth, tossed like a dice across the gaming table of ambition. My father was a dreadful man, cold, calculating, violent, and without scruples. He cared only for politics and money. I remember almost nothing of him, because the gods quickly freed me from his hateful presence. He died when I was still very young, leaving me and my mother alone. My mother, Agrippina. Her presence is a fire that still burns my skin. I feared her, loved her, hated her, and in the end... But no. It is not yet time to speak of the end. When I was only 2 years old, Emperor Caligula, my uncle the madman, self-declared god and ruler, cast her out, tossed her away like a losing throw of the dice. Caligula was my mother's brother, and he became convinced that she had plotted and schemed in the shadows to take his life. Knowing her thirst for power and her gift for manipulation, I believe my uncle was right. But at the time, I was just a child, and the only thing I could feel was that my mother was being taken from me, that I might never see her again. She was exiled to a small island in the Mediterranean Sea. A rock in the water, a prison sculpted by the sarcasm of the gods. It was exile for her, but for me, it marked the beginning of a brief moment of peace. In those motherless years, I was placed in the care of my aunt, Domitia Lepida. She was a wonderful woman, full of life and maternal warmth, and I grew deeply attached to her in a way I never had with anyone else. I loved her. Yes, I loved her not as one loves a relative, but as one loves someone who teaches you the taste of life. She spoke to me of comedies, of theater, of music. Her gaze wasn't the stern one of power, but the knowing one of those who understand the fragility of art and poetry. It was with her that I learned to dance, to move as if the world were a stage, and I its only destined star. My childhood was poor in gold, at least by the standards of Rome's noble families. But I didn't know it. I didn't feel the need for wealth. I had stories, gestures, the voice of my aunt and my humble tutors, who told me tales or taught me to move my legs as if walking were an art. I learned to dance, to perform, and to compose verses. Simple men were my first teachers, and I listened to them, and I liked them. When my father died and my mother was exiled, Caligula seized everything he could: money, homes, dignity. He left behind only emptiness, not within me, but around me. My Aunt Domitia tried to fill that void by telling me of the great deeds of our family. How Germanicus, my grandfather, led legions with honor in his eyes. How Augustus, whose blood also ran in my veins, built empires with nothing but the strength of vision. But those were only stories, and I was only a child. Then Caligula died, stabbed, they say, perhaps by the gods themselves, weary of his boundless madness. And my mother returned. I remember her stepping off the ship with a swift stride, not like someone coming home, but like someone returning to war. I was 4 years old. She looked at me as one looks at a project, not a son. She stroked my hair, but with the cold fingers of ambition. I felt no love from her, none. Upon returning to Rome, she didn't seek an embrace. She sought power, and I was her means to it. Rome was a thoroughly patriarchal society, and for women who hungered for power, only 2 paths were open: seduce a husband or manipulate a son. My mother was determined to walk both. She didn't appreciate at all the kind of education my aunt had arranged for me up until that point. She entrusted me instead to 2 Greek freedmen, Anicetus and Beryllus. Strange names, stern faces. They spoke with a soft accent, but their eyes were always watchful and severe. They observed me, assessed me. Every gesture I made, every word I spoke, had to serve a higher purpose. Yet despite their constant scrutiny, I found that I enjoyed studying Greek. I loved that language, so harmonious, it felt like poetry, even when all you talked about was bread. It became my refuge, my song. Then came the philosophers. Chaeremon of Alexandria, Alexander of Eggy. With them, with those old men whose eyes shone like ancient bronze, I discovered that thought can break chains, that knowledge is a finer power than any sword. They spoke to me of Plato, of Heraclitus, of Apollo and Dionysus, and something within me caught fire, a desire not for domination, but for understanding. I didn't want to rule alone. I wanted to be admired, loved, understood. I wanted to be an artist, a poet, a god. But my mother didn't want a poet. She wanted an emperor, and I was her instrument. Greece was my spiritual homeland. Rome enclosed me in a cuirass of duty. Greece offered me light robes and songs, but everything was under surveillance. Every choice I made, everything I read, every melody I played on the lyre was subject to Agrippina's judgment. She, who bore me not out of love, but out of calculation. Still, I dreamed. I dreamed of applauding crowds, of tragic masks, of dancing choruses. I dreamed of beauty. And in the heart of that child, beneath the royal robes I had not yet worn, beat already the heart of a man who would seek ecstasy even among flames. When my mother married Emperor Claudius, I was 11 years old, but my heart had lived 1,000 years. Each beat a battering ram against the walls of my childhood. I still remember the scent of the purple silks she wore for that unnatural wedding. Claudius was her uncle, old, stammering, bent like a tired root, but power lay in his hands. And that was enough for her. Blood was no longer a bond, it was a tool, her way back to the heart of power, and I, her son, was the most precious pawn. She kept me close like a trophy, never with tenderness. Her hands were always cold, decisive, the hands of someone who wields a dagger, not a child. And when she smiled and told me that Seneca would be my new tutor, I saw in her eyes not maternal pride, but strategic satisfaction. She had revoked the exile of one of the greatest philosophers of the empire, but not for love of wisdom. No, she did it because she wanted to shape me into the perfect prince, crafted by learning and obedient to command. Seneca arrived like a gentle shadow. A stern but measured man, a great orator with a brilliant mind, and in his words I found for the first time something resembling guidance. He spoke with clarity, as if each phrase opened a window to the soul. And I listened, hungry not just for knowledge, but for shelter. I never said it aloud, but deep inside I hoped Seneca would protect me from her, from my mother. Seneca became, in those days, something of a father figure to me, and at the same time a shield I could use against a mother willing to do anything to get what she wanted, because my mother was at war with anyone who dared stand in her way. Domitia Lepida. The aunt I had loved as a child, who had made me laugh, who had taught me the joy of art, the freedom of unsupervised thought. I was still just a boy, and I continued to see in her the maternal figure who had protected me when everyone else had abandoned me. I loved her dearly and asked for her constantly. My mother hated her. She was jealous of affection, of memory, of a reflection of love I didn't dedicate to her, and for that she had her killed. With cutting words and fabricated accusations, she convinced Emperor Claudius, her husband, who hung on her every word that Domitia was plotting against him. And I was forced to testify against the person I loved most in the world, a child, before a tribunal. My mother looked at me with those eyes that knew no hesitation. She threatened me, promised that if I testified, nothing bad would happen to my aunt, that it was just a warning, maybe a brief punishment, that if I didn't, others less scrupulous would testify instead. And I was only 11 years old, still a naive child, unable to understand the true dynamics of jealousy and power that governed Rome. And I betrayed her. And my Aunt Domitia was executed. Every night since then I still hear the voice of my beloved Aunt Domitia. She doesn't accuse me. She doesn't scream, but she looks at me with those gentle eyes, full of love. I was a son to her, a son who couldn't save the only woman who had ever shown him love. And that is a weight I will carry forever. My greatest regret. Not long after, as if everything were just the next act in a finely scripted play, my mother had me betrothed to Octavia. I was 11. She was 8, a child, daughter of Emperor Claudius, born from his marriage to Messalina. No one asked me anything. No one asked if I felt anything. They simply said, "It is necessary. For power. For the family. For Rome." I felt entombed alive. Every bond, every choice, every affection was forced upon me like a sacred, unbearable burden. Then, one day, Claudius called me son. He did it before the Senate, officially adopting me. My name changed then. Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. A name as heavy as a bronze statue, a name made of ancestors and memories. It was no longer mine. It was the name others had chosen so that I might become what they wanted. Inside that name there was Drusus, there was Germanicus, there was Caesar, but there was no me. And yet, deep inside, I also felt the echo of a dark pride. I was a son of Rome, a son of the gods. I had to believe it. I had to become it. But death always lurked in the imperial halls of Rome. Always. Claudius died in 54. They said it was poisoned mushrooms that stole his breath. Some whispered it had been my mother's doing, that she had chosen them, had them prepared, had played the part of the grieving wife while already crowning me in her mind. I said nothing. I was a 16-year-old boy, manipulated and maneuvered like a wooden puppet. Inside, I felt no sorrow, only a strange vertigo, as if a door had opened and beyond it lay something immense, terrifying, golden, and at the same time, dark. Power. Soon after, Britannicus also died, Claudius's natural son, my adopted brother. He suffered from epilepsy, yes, but he was beloved by the people, and he was an obstacle to my mother's ambitions. He died too. Maybe it was chance, maybe not. No one spoke openly, but everyone suspected that Agrippina's dark hand had touched him as well. And so, at 17, I became emperor. But not free. There was my mother, ruling over everything. There was my tutor and philosopher, Seneca, handling internal affairs. There was Burrus, prefect of the Praetorian Guard, ensuring the empire's security. There were councils, meetings, eyes watching me, hands guiding mine. I sat on the throne but ruled nothing. I merely lent my face, my body, to the power others wielded. Inside me still lived the boy who trembled before Domitia's death, the child who played the lyre to forget. But there was also something else, growing silently. A fire, a desire, an idea. I would not let others write my story. I was emperor of the greatest empire on earth, Rome, but within me the trembling voice of a boy mixed every day with the deep, thunderous sound of power. Everyone was watching me, some with expectations, others with suspicion, few with true respect. But the truth is, I was never alone, not since my mother decided that my fate would be bound to the purple. Agrippina. She was the one who truly ruled. In those early months, I was nothing more than the youthful face of a mechanism she controlled with sharp, silent fingers. Even the coins bore her image. My mother's face, not mine. She on the front, I on the reverse, the world turned upside down. Those coins said more than 1,000 decrees. She was the authority, the unproclaimed empress. I was only her pawn, and as if that weren't enough, she obtained for herself 2 lictors, as if she were a consul or an Augustus. No woman had ever dared so much. I watched her. She walked among senators like a goddess, and each of her steps cast a long shadow over me. I was not free, and I knew it, but I waited. I studied. I breathed. Then there was Seneca, the philosopher, the teacher. He was different. He didn't seek power for himself, or so I believed at the time. His words came to me like fresh wind on the invisible wounds I carried from childhood. He spoke of clemency, of virtue, of a prince who does not rule with iron but leads with words and with example. It was as if he had a dream, and in that dream I was the protagonist, not the puppet. It was he who wrote my first speech to the Senate. I read it with a steady voice, though my heart was in turmoil. I promised justice, cooperation, respect for the senators, an end to abuse. I saw their faces change. Some didn't believe me. Others did. But all of them, in that moment, understood something was different from what they had expected. And I truly believed in that speech. I leaned on Seneca with confidence, and it wasn't just words. In those first 5 years, the quinquennium Neronis, as they would later call it, we truly were better. I wanted it, perhaps because my heart was still young. Perhaps because beneath the chains of my position there was a soul that longed for beauty, order, harmony. We cut taxes, not for vanity, but because they were a cruel yoke on the necks of the people. The tax collectors, those ravenous wolves who tore money from those who had nothing left, were brought under control, some dismissed, others punished. I wanted to see farmers smile, not tremble. I wanted the name Nero to bring relief, not fear. I still remember the day we were told about the senator killed by his household slave. The Senate was in uproar, crying out for vengeance, demanding the crucifixion of not 1, but 100 servants from the house. But I, with the calm voice Seneca had taught me to use in moments of others' fury, proposed something never seen before, a law. A path for enslaved men and women to anonymously report cruel masters. Rome could no longer be only domination. It had to become justice too. Perhaps it was a small gesture, but it was a crack in the barbarism. And then there was my true passion. Not swords, not the bloody games of the arena, but words, sounds, theater, poetry. The Greeks had enchanted me since I was a boy. their elegance, their thought. Rome needed this to rise above, to leave behind the mud of conflict and aspire to the sky of beauty. I wanted the people to stop cheering for blood and begin applauding art. I cancelled many gladiator shows. I reduced public executions. I promoted plays, readings, performances. I saw people's faces change when they listened to tragedies instead of screams. It was possible. We could become better. But I was not alone. There was Burrus, the Praetorian prefect, strong, silent, but loyal. He protected me, yes, but also the balance of the empire. It was he who ensured that reforms were not just pretty words, but real commands, truly carried out. A man who did not seek applause, but results. Without him, Rome would have been prey once more to its usual predators in togas. And then there was still Agrippina, always present, always watching, but more restless. Every decision I made that did not pass through her gaze became an offense. She began to realize I was growing, that I was becoming myself. But in those first years, she, Seneca, and Burrus were the three pillars that held up my principate. They say I was a tyrant, that my memory deserves only contempt. But no one can deny that my first 5 years were years of peace, of reform, of hope. I was not a despot. I was a boy who wanted to bring order to chaos, beauty to power, and justice to fear. And in the early years of my reign, I tried to be a different kind of emperor. For glory, yes, of course, but also to change Rome. Because, at least once, I truly believed in it. Before being emperor, I was a son, the son of a mother who shaped my destiny with her own hands, with a fierce determination that swept away every obstacle, including, in the end, herself. But that's not where my story begins. My first scandal was called love, but it wasn't love. It was duty. It was blood. It was the long shadow of my predecessor, Claudius, still cast over me. Claudia Octavia, my cousin, my wife, my prison. None of the moralists surrounding me knew what it meant to lie beside a marble statue, cold, mute, lifeless. Octavia was everything Rome wanted, noble, austere, irreproachable. She was the perfect empress for the Senate, but not for me. She didn't know how to smile at me. She didn't know how to look at me. She lived not to make mistakes, and I, beside her, died every night slowly in the bed of duty. Then she came. Poppaea. It was as if the sun had risen in the middle of the night. A woman who walked as if the world itself should kneel at her passing. Poppaea was unbelievably beautiful. Long black hair that carried scent, sea-green eyes like the dawn, her body perfectly shaped. Her lips moved slowly, and when she smiled at me, she tore a breach through the armor of man and emperor. But Poppaea wasn't just beautiful. She was sharp, intelligent, and most of all, she desired. She desired me, and I desired her with a hunger I had never known. Every word, every glance, every touch was poison and honey, fire and fog. But Poppaea was the wife of Otho, my partner in debauchery, my brother in wild nights, the witness to my first intoxications of power. I was the one who pushed him into Poppaea's arms. I did it because I was married, and even so, I wanted her close. I wanted to hear her speak even if she wasn't mine yet, but Otho, poor fool, truly fell in love with her. He didn't understand that there was no place for him in the flame that was igniting. So I sent him away to Lusitania, a quiet province at the edge of the world. He vanished, and Poppaea remained. Every day she whispered, insinuated, painted a world in which I was free, powerful, beloved, and hers. There was only one obstacle between us: my mother, Agrippina. She had built my empire. She had given me Seneca, Burrus, the Purple. But she would not let me go. She would not give up the man through whom she ruled. She still controlled me as when I was 10. She spoke with a low, severe voice and eyes that forgave nothing. She wanted to decide whom I could love, whom I could marry, whom I could be, and she knew, oh, she knew that Poppaea was my heart. So she hated her. My mother saw Poppaea as a threat to her power. My wife Octavia was a reed, bending to my mother's every will, resisting nothing. Poppaea was everything my mother did not want in my life. I don't know where Poppaea's influence ends and my own will begins. But one day a day I still feel beating like a drum in my memory. I decided my mother would no longer rule my life. No more. And so I orchestrated her end. The decision came slowly, venomous as a serpent's bite, yet clear. It was inevitable. By then, Agrippina was no longer my mother. She was my master, the stern face behind my throne, the mind behind every decision I should have made alone. She smothered me with her presence. She looked at me as if I were a petulant boy, not the emperor of Rome. She denied me, dominated me, diminished me. And I burned. I began to avoid her. No more closed-door talks, no more mother and son, only cold curtains of distance. I pushed her away to her villas, in Antium, in Tusculum. And there I hoped she would fade, like a torch left to the wind. But she was no torch. She was a flame that fed itself. When I decided she had to die, I turned to Anicetus, once my tutor, now commander of the fleet. He hated her as much as I did, perhaps more. In him, I saw the tool to break the invisible chain Agrippina had wrapped around my neck. At first, we thought of poison, but Agrippina had prepared for that, gorging herself on antidotes, as if she knew. Then we devised a trap bed, a nocturnal deception, a fatal collapse. But the servants talked, and that plan too slipped away. So we decided. The sea would take her. The boat ingeniously built would collapse by accident. An accident, a shipwreck, a cruel fate. I invited her to Baiae during the festival of Minerva. She was to preside over the celebrations. It was an important event. I offered smiles and embraces, the embrace that precedes betrayal, my hand in hers. She looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. I feared she knew. She likely suspected something, but she said nothing. At that day's banquet, I seated her in the place of honor. I honored her, yes, before the abyss. When she rose to return to the ship, I looked into her eyes, deep, inscrutable, no trace of love, no trace of remorse. The boat gave way. Some of her entourage drowned, but she did not. Like a damned phoenix, she resurfaced, wounded but alive. She swam to shore, picked up by fishermen, escaped death, and I heard the news and felt the chill of fear. not death, but return. Not peace, but vengeance. She sent a messenger, a Gurmus, to reassure me. She told me she was well, that I had nothing to fear. A lie, honey-coated. I knew, she knew of my betrayal, and I trembled because her revenge would be merciless. I knew it, and I could not wait. I had to act. At last, I decided. Again, an ascetus, but this time with the sword. The Praetorians were loyal to my mother, not to me. I couldn't trust them. I needed men ruthless, loyal only to me. When Agurmus, my mother's messenger, came into my presence, I questioned him. He said he had come to kill me. I threw a sword at his feet and shouted, "Do it! Do it now!" But he who knows why hesitated. I had him arrested. That was the signal. The lie must precede the blood. Anicetus and his men stormed the villa at Bauli. Agrippina was alone. Only one servant remained, and she fled at once, and yet she did not want to believe. Perhaps she still hoped, still clung to the illusion that I was the son she had raised, nourished, manipulated. But that son had died a long time ago. They struck her on the head. She fell, but rose again within those words. She exposed her belly. "Strike here," she said. "Strike the womb that bore Nero." Those words still tear at me. Still, her body was burned that very night. No tomb, no honors. Only ash, only oblivion. Or so I thought. The next day I stood before my officers. They congratulated me. They prostrated themselves. They called me a liberator. In the temples, sacrifices were offered. Cities of Campania sent delegations. All had feared her shadow, but now it was I who was feared, and those who had once been loyal to her understood they had to ingratiate themselves with me at once. I wrote to the Senate. The letter accused her of every wickedness, ambition, arrogance, murder. Everything a woman was not supposed to be, and they, servile as ever, decreed celebrations in my honor, tore down her statues, erased her name. But it was no triumph. It was a sentence. In Naples, far from Rome, I sought peace. But night brought no sleep, only visions. I heard the furies, the lit torches, the lashes, my mother's wailing. Her face, contorted in death, appeared to me everywhere. I tried to appease the gods who haunted my sleep for what I had done. I invoked rites, offered sacrifices, but nothing worked. She was with me, inside me. When they told me she was dead, an unnatural silence enveloped me. Not joy, not relief, just emptiness. And Poppaea's voice whispering, "Now you are truly emperor." Poppaea was always by my side. She touched my face, and each caress erased a shard of my remorse. She spoke to me of the future, of greatness. "Octavia is barren," she said. "You deserve an heir, a legacy. A true empress at your side." So we divorced. Octavia was sent to Campania. I had hoped for a quiet exile. But the Roman patricians, they never truly loved me. They said she was the true wife, the daughter of Claudius, the Vestal of the empire. Octavia came from the noblest lineage, and she embodied everything the Roman aristocracy held sacred. The patricians would not accept the sidelining of noble blood. And Poppaea, wounded and humiliated, not noble enough in their eyes, looked at me as if I had betrayed her too. I had to choose. Again, we accused Octavia of treason. There was no evidence, of course, but by then I didn't care. The Senate bowed their heads. She was ordered to take her own life, and she obeyed. The noble women of Rome knew how to die with dignity better than they knew how to live. And I. At night I walked alone through the corridors of the Palatine, and I still heard two names whispered by the wind. Agrippina, Octavia, and yet Poppaea slept beside me, my empress, my sin, my refuge. If I erred, it was not out of cruelty. It was out of love, out of fear, out of weakness, perhaps, but also out of a desperate desire to live according to my own will. In the end, I wanted only this, to be myself. But in Rome, to be yourself is already a capital crime. I write because memory tears at me. I write because the names I loved, betrayed, lost walk inside me like shadows that refuse to die. Even Burrus, my Praetorian prefect, the man who had commanded the army and watched over the empire in my stead, died. They say it was illness. Others, too many others, whisper poison. They whisper Nero, always me. Every death, every disappearance, every tragedy, always me. Did I truly order his end? I no longer know. I've signed so many condemnations, looked away so often, that the line between willing and permitting has dissolved. Burrus was stern, cautious, but loyal. He protected me, yes, but he also watched me with eyes that judged, even in silence. After Agrippina, he was the last barrier between me and myself. Seneca, the philosopher, also withdrew, disgusted by what I was becoming. I saw him slowly fade, wrapped in a toga too tight to contain his remorse. The people hated him. They blamed him for my mother's death. The irony. I, the matricide, seen as innocent in the eyes of the plebs. And he, the teacher, turned into the monster. Now without them I am truly alone and free. Tigellinus took Burrus's place. I know he was no saint, but saints don't survive in Rome. Tigellinus told me the truth I wanted to hear. He didn't correct me. He didn't judge me. And above all, he knew how to do the dirty work with a devotion that bordered on poetry. He was vulgar, yes, but effective. And in an empire where loyalty is an illusion and justice a facade, I preferred effectiveness to virtue. With Tigellinus, we tightened the bonds of order, laws on treason, swift sentences, silence imposed with blood. Rome is too vast to be ruled with words. It needs iron. It needs fear. And I know how to instill fear. And yet beside me, there was light. Poppaea. In 63, our daughter was born, Claudia Augusta. Such a tiny, perfect creature, yet already promised to the gods. She died in infancy. I held her in my arms as her breath faded like the final ember of a sacred fire. Poppaea wept for days. I wept with her. For the first time, I felt the hollow ache of denied fatherhood. I had built temples in my name, but I had no heir to place within them. And then came that day. They say I killed her with a kick. They write it, whisper it, carve it into the chronicles. Poppaea, pregnant, fragile. I, enraged. A burst, a gesture, a blow to the belly, and she falls, writhes, moans, and then falls silent. But it wasn't like that. or at least not how they want to believe. It was a day of anger, yes. I was tired, tormented. We had argued. She accused me of neglecting her, of squandering my power, of letting flatterers surround me. And I didn't want to listen. She, my light, had become a mirror of my failings. She was more and more like my mother. She whispered in my ear what I should or should not do, how I should rule. Perhaps I struck her. Perhaps I misjudged my strength. But I swear on all that remains sacred to me, I did not mean to kill her. When Poppaea died, a part of me died with her. The silence that followed was worse than any sentence. I walked through the palace halls and still heard her voice. Her perfume, her laughter, everything remained. Except her. I ordered a magnificent funeral. I had her deified. But nothing was enough. Rome had become a tomb, so I clung to anyone who could offer me a flicker of consolation. Statilia Messalina, noble, elegant, empty. She became my third wife. But it was a marriage of duty, of form. There was no love. There was no Poppaea. So I sought the impossible. I brought her back. I turned to a freedman, a boy, but with her same face, her same eyes, her same smile. I had him castrated. I married him. I dressed him in the Empress's lost jewels. I forced everyone at court to treat him as if he were my beloved departed wife. I called him Poppaea, and he answered, "Yes, I know, it's madness, heresy, scandal. But who can judge the heart of a broken man? They accuse me of every excess. Perhaps it's true. Perhaps I took too much, sought too much, desired too much. Perhaps I wanted love, beauty, music, and power to fill the voids death had carved around me. But tell me, how does one survive the loss of the only woman he ever loved? How does one breathe when every breath is a memory? Then came, because all this was not enough for my poor mind, the great fire of Rome. It was the year 64. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a poet's vision. It was reality torn open in the night. Screams, smoke, the thunder of houses collapsing like desecrated temples. When news reached me, I was in Antium, a few miles from Rome. My heart clenched. I rushed to Rome. I mounted my horse, no parade, no protection, and galloped like a madman through streets that had not yet fallen. The air was scorching even miles away. And when I saw the sky above the city, it was as if the end of the world had erupted. Flames tall as towers, thick black clouds that devoured the sun, and the noise of children, women, soldiers, dogs, columns, rooftops, marble and wood, all at once, all on fire. I arrived and tried to give clear orders to contain the flames, but the fire had unimaginable proportions. Rome burned for 5 days. Then the situation seemed to improve, but a dry wind rose again, and the fire regained strength, ravaging the city for another 2 days. Nero set fire to Rome. My political enemies began to spread the rumor. They said I wanted its destruction to rebuild it in my image. That I dreamed of a new city, golden, perfect, and so I burned the old one. How can anyone believe that I, Nero, an artist, a lover of beauty, would ever want to see my muse die. Rome was my source. It was my stage. I could not have lived without her. Yet the voices rose like smoke, thin, insidious, suffocating. I had to silence them, not with force, but with a clear direction. I found a scapegoat, the Christians. They were a sect, then small but stubborn. They rejected the gods, refused to honor the imperial cult, met in secret, spoke of a kingdom not of this world. In Rome, these things are seeds of rebellion, and in times of fear, even doubt becomes dangerous. The Christians gathered secretly and said that their God wanted to punish me for what I had done. They said the fire had come to purify the city from all the sins I had committed. I accused them. I condemned them. Who dares judge me today, sitting safe in their cool marble room, should try to govern a city torn by suspicion, hungry, writhing in pain? Peace is not upheld by poetry. It is upheld by cruel choices. They were put to death. 200, 300, maybe more. It was not revenge. It was necessity. Someone had to pay for what had happened and for the accusations leveled against me. After the fire, I began the reconstruction, myself personally. I did not leave everything to the Senate, which always moves slow as an old turtle. I designed new roads, wider, straighter, houses with stone walls, tall roofs, warehouses distant from homes, a Rome safer, more beautiful, yet my enemies continued to whisper behind my back. Nero played the lyre while Rome burned. But no one heard my music. No one heard my tears. No one looked at my hands, stained with soot, and my tears. Only the emperor. Only the monster. Because it is easier to despise than to understand. It is more comfortable to pass down the image of the mad artist, while the flames lick his robes, than to accept the reality of a broken ruler, alone, desperate, trying to save what he loves with every last ounce of strength. I did not burn Rome. Rome burned itself. From greed, from neglect, from the anger of the gods or the lightness of fate, I tried to save her, and for that I paid. I paid with my name, I paid with my memory, I paid with the eternal mark of the guilty. Rome itself turned against my name, whispering lies, blowing poison between the columns of temples and the shadows of alleys. The flames, which had purified what was old, rotten, narrow, the flames that had opened a path for my vision of a new, ordered, glorious Rome. Those same flames were wielded against me as an accusation. They said it was I who set the fire. I, who shed more tears than my enemies can imagine, seeing the heart of my city consumed on a starless night. I, who walked among the ashes with dusty sandals. How could I, emperor, son of the gods, destroy what I loved? But the Senate did not listen, and the voices, those voices slithered like serpents into the ears of the crowd. They sought a scapegoat, they sought blood. I had the Christians condemned and persecuted, and behind them others. Many, a multitude, too many to count, too many to interrogate. So I ordered that they serve also as a warning. I wanted fear. I wanted silence. The executions had to be exemplary, not out of cruelty. I swear it by the gods of Rome, but out of necessity. Rome is not governed with sweet words and caresses. Rome is governed by the terror of chaos. And in chaos, a firm hand is needed. And yet, in those days, I began to notice something, not in my eyes, but in those of others. The persecuted died in silence. Some died with a smile. They died looking upwards, towards something I could not see, and the people began to whisper again, but no longer accusations. No, they began to speak of pity, of injustice. They no longer spoke of the guilty, but of the executioner. They spoke of me. I, who prevented the city from crumbling into chaos, was now seen as a monster. I, who brought order and security, was once again the symbol of cruelty. It was the usual ingratitude of the people who want bread but despise those who bake it, who want the law but hate those who enforce it. So, while Rome rose again, while I traced straight roads where there were once labyrinths, while I banned wooden buildings and imposed thick walls and beauty and symmetry, my name became poison. I did not care. They had to hate me as long as they obeyed. They had to fear me as long as Rome lived. I built the Domus Aurea to give form to the vision I had of greatness. I wanted my house to reflect the power of the whole city. Vastness, light, gold, artificial gardens, lakes and porticos that seemed endless. Rome deserved a mirror of herself, and I built it on the ruins, like a phoenix rising from the fire. Yes, I used the ruined ground, but I could have done so earlier. Rome was already mine. It was not the fire that gave me the land. It was my will. And while the marble took shape, while the columns rose toward the clear sky, I wondered, what will remain of me? Perhaps only the flames. Perhaps only the screams. Perhaps only those torches that for one night turned my garden into hell. But I know the truth, and in that truth lies my empire and my solitude. I am the prince, the guardian of divine power, the one Rome fears, loves, curses, and worships. The conspiracy, the Piso conspiracy, was like a blade, yet another one, plunged not into my flesh, but into the very heart of the empire. It was not just an attack on me. No, it was an insult to the very order I embody. It was the poison of ingratitude that corrupts mercy, ambition disguised as idealism, the mask of the old senators who still dreamed of the Republic while feasting on the blood of the empire. I learned late, but not too late. Their names many I wrote one night, sitting alone beneath the vaults of my private triclinium, with a hand trembling not from fear, but from restrained fury. Senators, knights, poets, generals, tribunes. 41 vipers who sat beside me and toasted the rising sun, while in the recesses of their souls they sharpened the dagger. 41. What did they want? Freedom? No, they wanted power. They wanted to wear my crown, command the legions, hear the crowd scream their name as princeps. And they wanted it in the vilest way. They chose the Circus Maximus, during the games, during my moment. There, Plautius Lateranus was to throw himself at my feet, pretending to beg. A theatrical gesture, worthy of my stage. He would shout, he would act, and then draw the knife. He would strike me in the belly, before all, before the people I had fed entertained, exalted, and behind him, the others, the accomplices, the dogs. Paso, that serpent with a sweet voice and serene face, would then be crowned, thanks to the support of the Praetorian Guard. Fenius Rufus, Praetorian Prefect, he himself, my ally, my defender, was perhaps the puppeteer, the true architect of betrayal. And Tribune Subrius Flavius, Centurion Sulpicius Asper, men who had sworn loyalty not to me but to Rome, and thus to me, because Rome and Nero are one, also conspired. I wonder, what did they see in Piso? A tired senator, rich, frivolous, without charisma, without a voice. They would elevate him as an empty idol, only to fill him with their own thirst for power. No vision, no dream, only restoration. Some of them spoke of returning freedom to the Senate. Others dreamed of the Republic's return. Deluded. The Republic is an aged memory. It was spies who saved me. As always, tongues loosened by fear reveal what pride hides. Someone spoke. One of them perhaps out of vengeance, perhaps out of cowardice. The name escapes, but the result remains. The truth emerged like a viper from its jar. Then I acted. Not with blind fury, no. With the precision of a surgeon. One by one, the conspirators were summoned, interrogated, forced to confess, to betray themselves, to look each other in the face and recognize their end. I wanted no spectacle. I wanted them to think it through themselves. It was a form of justice that left them honor if they ever had any. It was also cleaner, faster, less noisy, but no less terrible. They had to take their own lives. And among them, there was one whose name still burns in my memory. Lucius Annius Seneca. My teacher, my advisor, the man who had taught me to speak, to write, to rule, the man who had warned me about mercy and balance, and then, silently, made pacts with those who wished my death. When I learned of his involvement, I felt something break. It was not anger at first. It was disappointment. It was the coldness of betrayal. I did not see him die, but I have imagined it 1,000 times. I saw him open his veins. I saw him smile bitterly. I saw him, perhaps, for a moment, repent. Or not. Maybe he despised me. More likely he hated me for what I had become. But it did not matter. He was dead, and with him, others. Even Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, the general many hailed as a hero. He too fell, and there was no poetry in this, only necessity. Anyone who could inspire the people against me had to vanish. Some will say I was cruel, some will say I was ruthless. But I answer, I was just. The conspiracy was no game. It was a poison spreading quickly. I had to cut, burn, purify. But to win, when you are emperor, is always another way of being left alone. In 67 AD I went to Greece. To Greece! Land of poetry and gods, of harmony and wisdom, where every stone whispers the name of a hero, and every wind recites a verse of Homer. In Greece, finally. Far from Rome, from conspiracies, from whispers in the shadows of the Senate, from the false smiles of the patricians. Here they call me the friend of Greece, and here I was what I always wanted to be. Not a tyrant, not a name carved on coins or statues, but an artist, a creator, a man among men who dares to move hearts. My ship, not merely a ship, but a floating temple dedicated to art, glides among the islands like a dream. On that vessel, I acted, I sang, I played the lyre, I offered what my soul had kept for years, too long compressed in the cold and rigid role of ruler. The guests, magistrates, archons, philosophers, dignitaries of Athens, looked at me in amazement. Some with sincere enchantment, others with barely hidden fear. But I saw them, I felt them, their emotions, the trembling that seizes a man when he hears something greater than his reason. In Athens, my voice touched the very stones that once heard Aeschylus and Sophocles. I saw tears fall on the cheeks of an old citizen when I intoned the hymn to Dionysus, and at that moment I thought, perhaps now I am truly emperor. Not by law or blood, but by the consent of another's soul. This is the power I sought. Yet, while I raised the spirit, in Rome, Nymphidius Sabinus sowed ambitions among the ranks of the praetorians. Tigellinus, faithful but weary, was now a shadow. Nymphidius moved like a serpent among the senators, promising what only I could give. Greatness. They do not understand. They cannot see that, while I run on the stage with my voice, they crawl in the mud of politics. Ah, and then came the games, the Olympics in Greece, the pinnacle of every dream, the honor no Caesar before me had dared to chase. I, Nero, ran among the champions of the earth, not as emperor, but as a man. Yes, I was thrown from the chariot, dust, sweat, the thunder of hooves. The chariot overturned and I fell, but I did not surrender. I rose. Perhaps my rivals stopped out of respect, perhaps out of fear. But I ran again and crossed that finish line. It was not just a victory. It was a sign that even a god can fall, but his divinity shows in rising again. I won more than 100 different competitions, even though my opponents claimed I was let win out of respect and fear. And then Corinth. That day will be carved not in marble, but in the breath of history. I stood at the center of the stadium at Isthmia, and around me an immense crowd gathered from every corner of Achaia and the Peloponnese. My hands trembled with emotion. I spoke, not as a ruler, but as a brother of that civilization that gave me life more than Rome itself. I said, Greeks, I give you what you did not even dare to hope for, to restore freedom to Greece, to break the chains, to destroy Roman rule over the polis. A gesture that only Flaminius had dared centuries before, but he freed cities. I freed an entire province. I saw eyes widen, mouths gape open. Some cried, others knelt, but all understood I was not committing a political act. I was committing a sacred act. It was not out of pity, nor calculation, but for beauty, for justice. Because Greece deserves to be mistress of herself, and because I myself am more Greek than Roman, and yet, even in that glory, I felt the blade of nostalgia. I thought, if only I could have given this gift when Athens was full of Pericles, Sparta still untamed, Corinth gilded. But time, that merciless thief, had already fed on Greek power. I could not give back the empire, but I could give back its soul. Who will say tomorrow that I was a tyrant, that I was cruel or mad? Let them say it. Let them lie. I know what I did. I gave freedom. I recited verses. I honored the gods. I gave myself to the world, in song, in sweat, in love. In Rome, my act of freeing Greece from imperial control was seen as pure madness. They said I did not realize what I was doing, blamed me for giving up the taxes the Greeks owed, that I was breaking and selling out the empire. When Vologases, king of the Parthians, placed his brother Tiridates on the throne of Armenia at the end of 54, a sharp jealousy pierced my heart. Not for me, but for Rome, for its glory. I could not allow a foreign king to decide who should reign over those lands, ancient and precious as the stories of the gods. I understood that war was inevitable, but I did not desire it. I saw it as a shadow threatening to darken my vision. I sent Domitius Corbulo, a skilled and prudent man, to negotiate and, if necessary, to fight the skirmishes that inflamed the region. I was not the one wielding the sword, but observed everything from afar, like a poet contemplates the storm without being directly involved. The conquest of Artaxata in 58 and then Tigranocerta in 59 were important milestones, but far from me. It was in 60 that Tigranes VI ascended the Armenian throne, a choice I wanted to symbolize balance and power. But Vologases, furious, did not relent. He demanded the throne for his brother and waged war against Rome. His wrath awakened old tensions, but our armies were ready. In 66, after years of conflict, Tiridates was forced to submit, accepting the title of Rome's client king. It was then, for the first time in history, that I, Nero, emperor, could proudly bear the solemn title of Imperator Pacator. That event filled me with a strange pride, different from that of ancient conquerors. It was not a victory of blood, but of peace. I invited Tiridates to Rome, aware that this gesture would seal both my power and my vision of an empire that stands not only on brute force, but on diplomacy and glory. The celebrations that followed were grandiose. I tripled the splendor of history, commemorating the 300 years since the first closing of the doors of the temple of Janus Geminus. That symbol, the closed doors of Janus, god of war, represented the universal peace I had brought. I wanted Rome to forget the recent fire, the pain and destruction, and instead to see a future of splendor. To finance all this, I was forced to reform the coinage. I issued new coins, my effigy proudly impressed. On the obverse, my crowned, proud and resolute face. On the reverse, the temple of Janus with closed doors, accompanied by an inscription praising the peace obtained. Those coins were not just money, but a message engraved in metal. I, Nero, am imperator and peacemaker of the world. When Tiridates arrived in Rome, fearful of the sea, his journey took 8 long months, a cruel winter and an uncertain spring. Finally, in 66, I welcomed him with a ceremony befitting a client king. I removed his tiara, symbol of foreign power, and crowned him with a diadem, seating his throne next to mine. A gesture loaded with meaning. Not only victory, but integration, respect, and legitimation. I had shown the world that Roman power could be merciful and wise. Meanwhile, Britannia continued to be a theatre of challenges and upheavals. The revolt of Boudicca, queen of the Iceni, was a dark shadow in my reign. It was a sign that even in the farthest lands, Rome's control was never taken for granted. I could not personally follow that campaign. My heart did not beat for war, but for creation and beauty. Yet, I did not fail to send my most trusted commanders to quell the rebellion, to demonstrate that Rome was immutable in its power. Finally, the Jewish question, an ancient people, rich in faith and traditions. Though I was tolerant, Poppaea, my beloved wife while she lived, was sensitive to the pro-Jewish cause and convinced me action was necessary. Thus, I sent Vespasian, whom I had met on the journey to Greece, together with his son Titus, to quell the first nationalist revolts in Judea. Only I could handle that challenge with the firmness and wisdom it required. Reflecting on all this, I clearly perceive a truth that few understand. War is not my path, nor battle my realm. I am the architect of an empire that must look beyond spilled blood toward peace and glory. I am not a general in the trenches, but the sovereign who directs the music, who shapes peace as a sculptor shapes marble. I desired peace, dared beauty, sought to stop the endless wheel of war with a gesture no one had dared before, to close the doors of Janus, to close the gates of violence and open those of hope. My adoptive father and predecessor, Claudius, had envisioned inaugurating a great work, a new harbor distant from the old structures of Ostia, capable of sustaining the growing power of Rome, the beating heart of the world. This harbor, called Portus, was built about 4 kilometers north of Ostia, on a vast area of 70 hectares, equipped with 2 long piers that stretched out into the Tyrrhenian Sea like protective arms. On an artificial island stood a lighthouse, constructed in a curious and magnificent manner. Its pedestal was created by filling a large ship which had transported from Egypt a monumental obelisk destined to adorn the Vatican circus. This symbol of power and light was completed by me, and it was my hand that wished to celebrate the completion of the work. Thus, I named that harbor not only as a place of commerce, but as a testament to imperial glory. I remember the majestic triumphal arch erected in my honor, commissioned by the Senate in 58 to celebrate the victory against the Parthians, a victory that etched my name into the annals of history. Unfortunately, I did not have the joy of seeing it for long. Erected only in 62, its fate was brief, perhaps erased by the damnatio memoriae later imposed upon me, or by the flames that consumed the Capitoline Hill in 69. Yet, on the coins, its splendor remained intact. A single archway, freestanding Corinthian columns rising above projecting pedestals, statues standing proudly, and sculptures rich with symbols all narrating the triumph of Nero. I will never forget the markets I built on the Caelian Hill, the Macellum Magnum, nor the baths of Nero in the Campus Martius, imperial baths whose regular and symmetrical plan became a model for future generations. These works, symbols of my love for well-being and order, expressed my will to improve Rome, to elevate it not only through war, but through civilization. Despite everything, I pushed further, beginning the cutting of the Isthmus of Corinth, a legendary work attempted but never completed by the greats of history. Periander, Demetrius Poliorcetes, Julius Caesar, Caligula. I too paid a price for this project. Excavations marked by accidents and curses, until their definitive halt upon my death. But I had dared to challenge fate, and that is what matters. Another colossal undertaking was the canal along the coast from Avernus to Rome, some 160 miles long, a titanic enterprise that absorbed immense resources and was never completed due to technical and logistical difficulties. But I, Nero, feared not the impossible. I wanted to leave a mark that would outlast time and criticism. These works, this city I rebuilt from the ashes, this empire I ruled with a firm hand, tell the story of a man who loved Rome, who loved its greatness. It matters not if the people judged me cruel or megalomaniac, if posterity remembers only flames or conspiracies. I have written my story in stone, metal, and fire, and no one will ever erase it completely. I wish to tell sincerely and deeply a facet of my reign often misunderstood and misrepresented. The economic and social reforms I undertook for the people, my people, whom I proudly sought to support and protect. I was not merely the man of feasts and the arts, as many superficial minds wished to portray me and as my political adversaries labeled me. Behind my public image lay the awareness of a heavy burden, governing a vast empire where the inequalities between rich and poor grew deeper each day. I sought to enact concrete reforms, not just spectacular gestures. First and foremost, the monetary reform I promoted was an act of pragmatism and social justice. Currency was the lifeblood of Rome, the sap that fed commerce, daily life, and the sustenance of millions. Yet it had lost its stability, swallowed by mounting economic pressures and the insatiable demands of the state and the army. For this reason, I decided to reduce the weight of the aureus, the most precious gold coin. A careful and progressive devaluation from 1 part in 40 libbre down to 1 part in 45. This was not an act of weakness, but of wisdom. The same occurred for the denarius, the silver coin that for decades had represented Rome's stable value. Its weight was reduced from 1 part in 85 to 1 part in 96 libbre. It was a significant reduction, almost 16% less precious metal, yet it allowed for an expanded circulation of currency, bringing greater liquidity to the market and more money into the hands of common people. It was not a sleight of hand or theft at the expense of the people. It was a deliberate design, almost a strategy to aid those lower middle social classes, the equites, the freedmen, and above all, the Roman people who truly represented the strength of Rome. They, often forgotten by the elites, were at the center of my attention. I wanted to give them the chance to live with more dignity, to acquire necessary goods without being strangled by a currency growing heavier and scarcer. Of course, critics and historians might argue that this devaluation could undermine trust in Roman money. But I knew that without decisive intervention, the situation would spiral out of control, leaving the weakest to drown in hardship. This was one of my least visible battles, yet one of the most important. Supporting this reform was also a discovery. In Dalmatia, a mine produced a steady flow of gold, 18,250 pounds a year, an impressive quantity, rivaling that of the rich mines of Spain. Thanks to this source, gold prices fell, making it possible to reduce the aureus's value without catastrophic collapses in the economic system. This fact allowed me to act with greater confidence and boldness. Alongside the monetary reform, I adopted concrete measures of assistance toward the most needy people. The distribution of foodstuffs became a priority. Rome was a vast city with millions of inhabitants, many of whom depended on state support to survive. I could not allow hunger to spread through the streets of what was the capital of the world. For this reason, I drastically cut the funds allocated to provincial governors for organizing circus games, redirecting those resources directly to food aid and grain distributions. This act, seemingly simple, was for me a gesture of social justice and political pragmatism. I knew that the people's support also depends on such tangible actions, on a state's ability to care for its citizens. Eliminating waste and directing resources to basic needs was a choice demanded by both heart and reason. Some accused me of wanting to deprive the people of their entertainment, but I replied, "What value do games have if people are starving?" And so, under my empire, Rome slowly transformed. Not only in grand works, court splendors, or grand public celebrations, but in the everyday life of ordinary people. I was aware that power rests not only on military might or marble statues, but above all on social balance and care for those often forgotten. I, Nero, was not just an emperor. I was also the guardian of this responsibility. Sometimes, in the silence of Roman nights, I found myself thinking of those crowded streets, the faces of men and women, of children, who could finally find some relief thanks to these reforms. I felt within me the strength of one who governs with both heart and mind. History often judges harshly, but I know my actions were driven by love for Rome and her people. Say what you will about Nero, but do not forget these words. I sought to give dignity to those without a voice. I tried to turn the weight of gold and silver into tangible relief for those living in the shadows. In this, I believe my hand was just and courageous. How can I recount the last days, heavy with shadows and betrayals, without feeling the crushing weight of every breath? I was Nero, Emperor of Rome, and in that moment the world seemed to collapse around me like a distant, relentless roar. I found myself alone, betrayed by those I might have called allies, surrounded by invisible enemies who had once hidden behind courteous smiles. My return to Rome from Greece, a homecoming that should have been triumphant, was instead the prelude to a nightmare I never wished to live. Gaius Julius Vindex, governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, rebelled against me. Not a minor irritation, but an open wound bleeding in the very flesh of the empire. His insubordination ignited the fuse of a new wave of repression, for an emperor who wishes to rule must show firmness, even if his heart longs only for peace. Thus, I ordered General Servius Sulpicius Galba, who then governed the Spanish provinces, to take his own life, a decision as heavy as a death sentence, not only for him, but for myself as well. I knew it would not be accepted without resistance, and indeed it wasn't. Galba, a proud and stubborn man, refused to obey. With no alternatives, but above all, no will to die on my command, he turned against me, against my person, declaring loyalty to the Senate and the Roman people. A gesture I felt as a mortal blow to my authority, a deep fracture announcing the end of my power. He was not the only one to rebel. Lucius Clodius Macro, commander of the 3rd Augustan Legion in Africa, blocked the grain supply to the Eternal City. Rome, which for centuries had fed on the loyalty of its provinces, now found itself hungry, hanging on the brink of famine. The threat was twofold. Not only the loss of provinces, but hunger in the very heart of the city I had sworn to protect. The Praetorians, once my shield and my strength, were corrupted by Nymphidius and seduced by Galba's promises of money. Those men, paid to defend me, turned their backs on the emperor, betraying their oath and delivering me to the scorn of fate. And I was left alone. Alone and vulnerable, in a palace that became a prison with no walls left to protect me. I felt my mind falter more and more with every breath. The Senate showed no mercy and decreed my deposition. A man fallen from the throne is like a broken statue, useless, forsaken, destined to be forgotten or scorned. I knew I would have no escape, that the dream of a strong and glorious empire was vanishing like incense smoke blown by the wind. I fled. I abandoned my palace, the only place that had for years been the center of my world, to take refuge in the suburban villa of my freedman Faiante. A modest refuge, far from the lights of power, but the only place where I could face the inevitable in solitude. Here, in the shadows of those rooms, I made the most difficult decision of my life. Death, the only honorable escape left to me. I did not want to fall into the hands of those who would humiliate me, who would turn my end into a spectacle of mockery and hatred. I would not allow my life to end as an insignificant shadow in the twilight of the empire. I called Epaphroditus, my faithful secretary, and with his help, I placed the dagger at my throat. Every moment was torment, a mixture of physical pain and poignant resignation. The moment I felt the warmth of blood flow, I thought of what I had been, of what I could have been, and I uttered, with a broken but proud voice, the phrase that captured my entire spirit. Qualis artifex pereo. What an artist dies with me. Not only an emperor, but a creator, a man of passions and visions the world failed to understand. And in that moment, I felt I was losing not only life, but a whole universe of dreams, beauty, and glory. My death was the end of an era, and perhaps the beginning of a myth. No one will ever truly know what hides behind the masks of history, nor understand the torment of a soul that loved Rome with all its being, even when Rome seemed to turn against me. I was not the cruel tyrant, nor the madman despised by most. I was Nero, a man who fought until his last breath to keep alive his empire and his art, who wanted to be great and loved, who knew the deepest loneliness, who was betrayed by those who should have loved him, who was manipulated and controlled, who refused to bow. A man who made many mistakes, some unforgivable, but tried to do his best despite all and everyone. Contrary to what many believe, I was never truly the victim of damnatio memoriae, that posthumous condemnation meant to erase every trace of my name and image. The people of Rome never ceased to honor my memory in a discreet but sincere way. My body, after the soul detached itself from this tormented life, was wrapped in white blankets embroidered with gold, the same ones I had worn during the last calends of January. A garment worthy of an emperor and an artist. I was cremated, and my ashes rest in a porphyry urn adorned by an altar of lunar marble, kept in the mausoleum of my paternal family, the tomb of the Domitii along the Via Flaminia, beneath what is now the Basilica of Santa Maria del Popolo in Rome, at the foot of the Pincian Hill. A place that guards my remains, but was for many centuries forgotten or hidden from sight. The common people loved me, the very crowd I sought to favor in life, yet they always remained at the mercy of powers that did not belong to them. The landed aristocracy, the wealthy financiers, the power-hungry military. And perhaps for this reason, many hoped my death was nothing but a fiction, a bait to deceive my enemies. They dreamed that I had fled, that I would soon return to defend them, to give them voice and justice. From that hope were born legends and false promises, stories of a Nero who would come back. Not one, but at least 3 impostors claimed to be me men who rode the waves of nostalgia and the people's desire for change. Even Suetonius, who was never my friend and who narrated my life with often critical and merciless eyes, could not help but acknowledge the impact I left on the common folk. He wrote that I died at 32, the same day I had ordered the death of Octavia, and that the joy at my demise was so great that the people ran through the streets wearing the pileus, the cap symbolizing freedom. Yet he also said that many for a long time adorned my tomb with flowers, displayed my images on the rostrum, and issued edicts as if I were still alive, ready to return and punish my enemies. This is the truth I carry with me, as I watch from another time the legends weaving themselves around, my name the memory of an emperor who lived and died, aware that he was greater than the time that chained him. And if the world must judge me, let it do so with the conscience of one who knows the complexity of a man full of contradictions, not just the legend or the slander. I am dead, yes. The iron tore my throat open, and the blood warm, viscous soaked my tunic as my breath grew shorter, more labored. The world closed in around me like the curtain at the end of a tragedy, but the silence that follows death is not silence. It is voice. Mine. They saw me die, but they have never stopped waiting for me. Some say I fled to the east, that I hid under another guise, that I await the moment to return. Others believe I never truly existed as a man, but as the incarnation of power itself, dark and magnetic, impossible to truly extinguish. They whisper my name among the ruins of the Forum on full moon nights. Nero will return. They pursued me even after the tomb. Suetonius, the chronicler, wrote of my final moments, but left openings, doubts, ambiguities, as if he wanted to offer history a way out, as if, between the lines, he wanted to feed the suspicion that I never truly descended to the underworld. The plebs, my plebs, did not forget. They loved me even while the Senate cursed me. They said, Nero will come back to punish his betrayers. And in that desire, I found new form, new life. They dreamed of me in the flames, awaited me on ships that crossed the Aegean. They said I was there, that I would return with an army of ghosts. And then came the religious ones, the prophets of new gods, They painted me as the Antichrist, as a sign of a dark return. They called me reincarnation, omen, apocalypse. They carved my face into symbols to fear, and yet to worship. I became eternal threat and promise, a duality. Like Janus, the two-faced god, I am past and future, death and return. I was a controversial figure, loved and hated, capable of great recognitions and relentless horrors, a child of my time, emperor in times when cruelty was a necessity. I was capable of great loves and fierce hatred, but my name will be remembered nonetheless, and as long as it is, I will always be Nero, Emperor of Rome.